Fox Sports.
We are the Fox. We are Country.
It's time for Dodger Baseball. Live from Dodger Stadium, Prime Ticket presents the Dodgers as they take on the Arizona Diamondbacks. Hi, everybody, and a very pleasant Friday evening to you, wherever you may be. For the Arizona Diamondbacks, they came here with a 6-game losing streak, and they've gotten well. They've now beaten the Dodgers with a victory last night, 7 straight times, 9 of the last 11. And they send a good young right-hander to the mound tonight, Trevor Cahill. Cahill, 2-0 against the Dodgers this year, and 3-0 lifetime with a superb earned run average of 1.8. Dodgers will counter with Aaron Harang, who's been pitching exceptionally well in the month of August. He'll be looking for his 10th win. And Harang, despite the fact he is 3-7 lifetime, has a career earned run average under 3 against Arizona. Winner picks up a game. Giants lost today. We'll have that and a whole lot more coming up right after this. Get the All-American Jack Combo for only $4.99 plus tax at participating stores. By San Manuel Indian Bingo and Casino. Play $250,000 Sports Watch football at San Manuel. It's free to play. And by 76 Gas. We're on the driver's side.
Game 2 of a 4-game weekend set. The Dodgers and the Diamondbacks on a beautiful night at Chavez Ravine. Jim Watson, Kenny Lofton, and Steve Lyons in center field. The Dodgers got some good news already, and we haven't even taken the field. Matt Kemp is back in the lineup. He's back in the 4-hole. What does it mean, not to Kemp, but all the guys around him?
Well, pretty much it takes the pressure off of Matt Kemp. Matt, he can't let that happen again. He can't run into the wall. Now it's taking the pressure off the other guys because Matt is the guy He is the leader of the Dodgers, and they need him in the lineup every day.
That happened in Colorado, and he ran directly into that wall and eventually came out of the game. He's been out the last 2 days. And you can see without Kemp, the Dodgers are a sub-500 team, Steve.
Well, for most of this season, Matt Kemp along with Andre Ethier, were the entire offense. Now they have some other pieces around him that can do some damage. But that needs to happen, and it needs to happen right now. We've talked about it. 30 games left to go. You got to go out and try to win every one of them. Not that they don't the rest of the season, but now you have to. You have to win 2 out of every 3 to even be considered for the championship here, for the division crown. Every time Kemp hits that wall, it hurts me.
yeah. Looking at it,
it's
pretty crazy.
Yeah,
it hurts me.
Yeah, he didn't even slow down on that. How does it affect Adrian Gonzalez, who bats right in front of him?
Well, it's going to help him get some better pitches.
Yeah,
Matt's used to hitting third, now he's hitting fourth in this lineup.
But the thing about it, you have these guys with this potential power lineup, and they need to get it going because potential don't get you nowhere.
I want to see it. I see you. You see me.
You don't
Let's
see nothing
see
right
it
now.
all.
I see nothing. You're like this.
Matt Kemp and the Dodgers against the Diamondbacks. See you afterwards.
At AT&T.com/free your TV. Rethink possible. By El Pollo Loco, crazy you can taste. By the full line of fuel-efficient vehicles at your Southern California Toyota dealer. And by Time Warner Cable. Hi, everybody, and a very pleasant Friday night to you, wherever you may be. It is a special night tonight, provided by the scenery as well as the ball game. We have lifted the clouds of humidity. We have the mountains truly etched back of center field. Sunlight dappled with shadows. It reminds you of some great painting by maybe Frederick Remington or Charles Russell. But what a backdrop for Dodger Stadium at sunset time for Kirk Gibson, the Diamondbacks, and the Dodgers, who are so fortunate to play here. For the Arizona Diamondbacks, they're on a streak. They not only have won 5 straight on the road, they have beaten the Dodgers 7 straight, 9 of the last 11. The Dodgers opened up the season and nailed Arizona a couple of times, but it's been all Diamondbacks ever since. This is a ball club by the middle of July was really in transition. They've either said hello or goodbye to 24 players since the middle of July. Here are the fellas wearing the D-back uniform, and you start off with Chris Young in center field, Aaron Hill at second base, Jason Kubel in left, and Paul Goldschmidt at first. Justin Upton in right field, Miguel Montero the catcher, Chris Johnson the third baseman, Jake Elmore at short, and Trevor Cahill the pitcher. On the mound for the Dodgers, 34-year right-hander Aaron Harang with a record of 9-8. He is 0-1 against Arizona in his 2 previous starts. He has been pitching well enough to hold the opposition to a .245 batting average, and right-handers are hitting only .235, and that's the first hitter of the night, right-hand hitting Chris Young, who takes a strike. Chris Young last night homered with Montero aboard, and that was enough for Ian Kennedy and the D-backs to win 2-0. Chris hitting .227, fouls the next one back, and the count 0-2. What a glorious evening with the backdrop of the mountains, a few clouds, sunset time, and a temperature of 77 degrees. None of the humidity that we had last night, though it is a beautiful evening here. Meanwhile, Harang with the count his way, 0-2. Big Aaron ready. Here he comes, high, and a 1-2 count. Aaron Harang standing on that mound is quite a figure. He is 6'7", checks in about 260, and standing on a 10-inch mound like the Colossus of Rhodes. Looks in to get a sign, and the 1-2 pitch is a fastball off the plate. 2-2 the count to Chris Young. Young, in his last 5 road games, has hit .455. One reason the D-backs have won 5 straight. But he swings right through a high fastball, and down he goes. One away. Some ways, for Aaron Harang, the strikeout is his mark. He has only 117 strikeouts this year, but over the years, remember he had 13 strikeouts and 9 in a row against San Diego at the start of the year. Now Aaron Hill, a great acquisition for Arizona, right-hand hitting second baseman with 20 home runs, and the first pitch nicks him. It goes all the way to the backstop, and Hill, hit by the pitch, is awarded first base. For Aaron Harang, checking how many batters he has nailed this year. That's only the 4th. When you look at Arizona, for instance, Ian Kennedy, who pitched last night, he has hit 12. Here is Jason Kubel, strong left-hand batter, 26 home runs. Kennedy, after a tremendous job well done, taking in the game. And Kubel takes the first pitch in for a strike, and the count 0-1. Jason Kubel is struggling. Maybe that's why he didn't play last night against Kershaw. They played Gerardo Parra. Jason has 1 hit in his last 21 at-bats. Solid acquisition, playing left field for Arizona. Harang delivers, snaps one low and inside. 1 ball and 1 strike. Jason Kubel hitting .264, 26 home runs, 80 runs batted in. He had 3 home runs in a game the end of July against the Astros. And he has a very good throwing arm, and he has Hill at first with 1 out. Kubel has 12 assists when he plays defensively. Throw to first. Hill back on the bag. The D-backs don't do a lot of running. Hill, however, has stolen 11 out of 15. Gibby prefers, I think, to slug it out. 1 ball and 1 strike to count. Harang out of a stretch, another look over, in the 1-1 pitch, breaking ball in the dirt, ball 2, 2-1. So Aaron Harang battling the D-backs, game 2 of the 4-game series. They'll be at it again tomorrow night at 6:10, concluding on Sunday, and then the Dodgers will go to Arizona early in September. 2-1 the count. The pitch to Kubel, that's in there for a strike. Tim Timmons is the plate umpire. Vic Carapazza, Eric Cooper, and Marty Foster working the line. 1 out, first inning, just the start of the ball game. No score. Kubel waiting. Harang making him wait now. Aaron is set. Here he comes. Kubel swings, flares one foul outside of third and down the line. So he'll have to come back and try it again, 2-2. Aaron Hill, returning to first base, has been one of the hottest hitting second basemen in the National League. And he was hit by a pitch with one out here in the first inning. All right, Harang with a new ball. Kubel waiting at the plate. And the 2-2 pitch is instead a throw to first. Hill, as we mentioned, always a threat to run, having stolen 11 out of 14. Upton has stolen 13. Parra has stolen 13. And the big first baseman, Paul Goldschmidt, has stolen 13. 2-2 pitch is fouled away again. Fastball up, and it was uppercutted a bit by Kubel. So 2-2 the count. Dodgers having a run of bad luck against the D-backs, who have been playing exceptionally well against them. They've beaten the Dodgers 7 straight, 9 of 11. They've won 5 straight on the road. Shows you how things turn around. They just finished losing 6 in a row at home. Here's the 2-2 pitch again. Harang delivers a shot up the middle, fielded easily by Mark Ellis, steps on the bag and doubles him at first. So the drought continues for Kubel. No runs, no hits, nobody left, and at the end of half an inning, Arizona nothing, and the Dodgers coming up. Take a look at the lineup card furnished by Don Mattingly, and here are the names. Mark Ellis, after resting last night, back in the starting lineup at second base. Shane Victorino in left field. Adrian Gonzalez at first base. Matt Kemp returns to the starting lineup in center field. Hanley Ramirez at short. Andre Ethier in right. Luis Cruz, the third baseman. A.J. Ellis, the catcher, and Aaron Harang, the pitcher. On the mound for San Diego, Trevor Cahill. And we said, coming from San Diego, he went to Vista High School. Trevor looking for the 50th win of his young career. And he is pitching very well, and particularly on the road, and especially against the Dodgers. So the right-hander ready in his first pitch to Mark Ellis, and that's a strike, and the count 0-1. Mark hitting .264, 5 home runs, 25 runs batted in. The strike one pitch on the way, ground ball to third, up with it there, Chris Johnson to make the play, which brings up a point, and we should establish it immediately. When you are batting against Trevor, the chances are you are going to hit ground balls. He's been absolutely phenomenal. In fact, statistically, he gets 2.5 ground balls for every fly ball. So he is number one on keeping the ball on the infield, and the infielders know when he pitches, they're going to be very busy. The batter now with one out is Shane Victorino, hitting .260, 10 home runs, 48 runs batted in. Victorino, switch hitter, batting left-handed. Cahill ready, delivers. Victorino shows bunt, takes low, 1 ball and no strikes. Shane trying to get aboard to make something happen. Victorino trying to lead the way in the absence of D. Gordon, and he takes a pitch off the plate, and they count 2-0. Shane has stolen 31 out of 37. Bottom of the first, no score. Cahill comes back, and there's a ground ball to the right side. Backing up for the hop is Hill, and makes the play. So just following the word, 2 up and 2 ground balls. Coming up now will be Adrian Gonzalez. Interesting to see Adrian Gonzalez wearing number 23. And of course, in the Arizona dugout, Kirk Gibson wore that same number 23. And in the Dodger dugout, Don Mattingly wore 23 when he played for the Yankees. So it's an important number. In fact, Mattingly had his number retired by the Yankees on this day. The pitch to Adrian Gonzalez off the plate, 1 ball and no strike. So 23 skidoo as far as Gonzalez and Gibby and Mattingly. Adrian, a ground foul outside of first, 1-1 to count. Gonzalez struggling, hitting just .250 after that auspicious beginning of his first at bat and a 3-run home run. The 1-1 pitch on the way is taken on the outside corner for a strike, and they count 1 ball and 2 strikes. Adrian Gonzalez, when he arrived in Los Angeles to play for the Dodgers, wore a mustache, and it has disappeared after the trip to Colorado. The 1-2 pitch on the way in the dirt kicks off to the backstop, and the count 2-2. Trevor Cahill was an outstanding student. With high school, he graduated with a 4.6 grade point average. He graduated out of a class of 650. He was 5th. He scored 1950 on his SATs and was committed to Dartmouth. High pitch swung on and missed by Adrian, and down go the Dodgers meekly yet again. And at the end of an inning, Arizona nothing and the Dodgers nothing. With Goldschmidt, Upton, and Montero, and the sunset slowly disappearing. The mountains become darker, but not ominous at all. Beautiful evening. And into the second inning we go. Harang ready and delivers down and dirty. 1 ball and no strikes to Paul Goldschmidt. Goldschmidt in his last 6 games is struggling. He's 1 for his last 18. Still has 18 home runs, 66 runs batted in. Takes a little high, and he has the count his way. 2 balls and no strikes. In his last 18 road games, Goldschmidt hitting better than .350. And the 2-0 pitch on the way, and that's down and away. Ball 3, 3-0 the count. So Aaron Harang working very carefully to Paul Goldschmidt. Goldschmidt has 2 home runs against him. That's why. And the pitch is up over his eyes for ball 4. For the Dodgers and for the D-backs, the winner picks up a game today. Giants lost. They were down 5-0, battled back, but lost 6-4. So if the Dodgers win, they would trail by 3.5. If the Dodgers lose, Arizona would trail by 8.5. So we shall await the final with Goldschmidt at first, and the batter now is Justin Upton. If you want to know a big difference between the D-backs of last year and this year, you could very well put the body at Upton's doorstep. Rangy right-hand hitting right fielder, and Upton looks at a strike. Last year, he had 31 home runs. This year, 11. Last year, his slugging percentage, .529. This year, .410. Last year, 39 doubles. This year, 19. Last year, go-ahead or game-winning RBIs, 46. This year, 25. Strike 1 pitch on the way to young Justin. Instead, Harang backs off the rubber. Justin is another fellow who has perked up with the bat in his last 9 games, hitting better than .380. Hit the 100th home run of his career first week of August against the Phillies. Harang ready, throws to first. Goldschmidt to a stolen 13, driving back to the bag. Interesting about the Upton brothers, we told you Justin hit the 100th August 3rd. Wouldn't you know, his brother BJ also hit his 100th homer on the same day. 13th time that the brothers have homered on the same day. Justin, a ground ball hard to short. Ramirez to 1. Bill turns it for 2. And just like that, 2 away. So Justin Upton bangs into the double play. He runs well, though it's tough to double him. That's only the 5th double play he's hit into so far this year. 6-4-3. 2 double plays in 2 innings to stymie the D-backs. And now Miguel Montero coming up. Montero leading all the catchers in the National League with 74 runs batted in, and he has worn out Aaron Harang. Home run, 8 base hits, batting .533. Not doing bad against the league either, hitting .275 with 14 home runs. First pitch of the left-hand hitting catcher, a flare over third, down the line. It's going to drop. Over to get it is Victorino, and Montero will hold with a pop fly single inside the left field foul line. So Harang a base hit, and that will bring up Chris Johnson. Well, it seems like almost every player coming up outside of Jason Kubel has been a hot hitter, but Johnson is battling. Last 6 games, he's hit 167. The last 14 games, he's hit 103. Overall, 13 home runs, 61 runs batted in, and takes a strike. Chris hitting .268. So Johnson at the plate with a runner at first. That would be Montero, who does not figure to do much running. The strike 1 pitch on the way, check swing, and it's in there. 0-2 the count. We're just starting. Second inning, no score. Game 2 of the 4-game series to conclude the homestand. 3 with San Diego. Now the strike 2 pitch on the way, and that's taken low. 1-2 the count. So in the inning, Goldschmidt walked. Upton grounds into a double play, and Montero singles. So Upton sitting back. Last night, Justin had himself a double in 4 at-bats. 1-2 to Chris Johnson. Harang set at the belt. Aaron ready and delivers, and that one's low, and the count 2 balls and 2 strikes. Aaron has made 24 pitches, which means 11 in this inning. Diamondbacks struggling with the bat in August. Their batting average as a team has been going down, and August is a low point of the year. Next one fouled away. D-backs started off. They hit 246 in April, 265 in May, 279 in June, a solid 270 in July. But Chris Young, Miguel Montero, Paul Goldschmidt, etc., hitting only 221 in the month of August. 2-2. Johnson, right-hand batter waiting. Harang deals down and away. On deck, the young shortstop, Jake Elmore. When Johnson first came over to Arizona, he started off red hot. In his first 8 games, he had 5 home runs, 15 runs batted in. Last 18, no home runs and 5 runs batted in. There goes the runner, and the 3-2 pitch is lifted to right field. Andre Ethier lost it, goes back now, can't make the catch, and falls down. Scoring is Montero, and going all the way to third on the throw is Johnson. This is a tough time of night. The lights really do not take that much effect. You and I can talk about what a beautiful sunset, but Andre Ethier never saw the ball. He held up one hand, a sign of distress, and by the time he started to go back on it, first he said, I don't know. Then he saw it, tried to make a lunging catch, couldn't do it. So it'll be a triple on a fly ball lost by Andre Ethier. So Montero brings in the run, and the Arizona D-backs get a gift. Andre, who does a great job defensively but has trouble with the light sky. And the first pitch now to Elmore is a strike. So for Chris Johnson, he says thank you very much. It's a triple and a run batted in. 1-0 Arizona. Strike one pitch to Elmore, swung on, popped up, angling across into foul ground. Adrian Gonzalez backhands it for the out. So a fly ball single to left and a lost fly ball to right for a triple. And at the end of an inning and a half, it's 1-0 Arizona. Of the second inning, Matt Kemp's mom wearing that geometric design dress and the pearl earrings sitting there in the first row waiting for her boy to start things off. I'm glad she wasn't in Colorado. I'm glad she didn't see the injury that occurred there when Matt crashed into the center field wall and screamed. He banged up his knee, had facial cuts, and was down for the count. Kemp, however, assuring everybody he was all right. And then he said when he got up, he was saying, please, God, don't let them hit anymore. And the next two batters hit the ball at him. Then he rested last night, and now he's in there against Cahill and takes low, ball one. Matt Kemp is 3 for 5 against Cahill in the past. So Kemp trying to lead the Dodgers back, banged up and otherwise. He had a sore left shoulder. The 1-0 pitch, and that's in there, 1-1. We talked about Cahill getting ground balls. The number one ground ball pitcher in the National League is Jake Westbrook of St. Louis. He gets ground balls 73% of the time. Kemp fouls it away. Cahill is right back of him. 71% of the time he gets ground balls. He has also finished the first inning. Cahill's had a lot of trouble in the first inning this year. Earned run average in that inning, 6.5. But after that, he settles down. The next pitch to Kemp is low and a 2-ball, 2-strike count. A couple of notes, too, about Cahill working on Kemp. Since he does get a lot of ground balls, he also gives up a lot of infield singles, 23 base hits and 8 bunts. The 2-2 pitch is chased and missed. Sinker down off speed, and Kemp lunged, didn't get it. Cahill picks up his second strikeout. Just a slow breaking ball that died of exhaustion. So 1 away, and the batter now, Hanley Ramirez. Hanley Ramirez 2 for 6 in the past against Trevor Cahill. Hanley in last night's ball game had that base hit in the 9th inning on the heels of a single by Gonzalez. It woke up the crowd, but to no avail. Dodgers failed to score. And he takes a strike, 0-1 the count. Trevor Cahill, so brilliant in high school, intended to go to Dartmouth. The next pitch down and away. But instead of going to college, he signed with the Oakland A's. He was their second-round pick. They signed him out of high school. Actually, his first 2 years of playing ball, he was a shortstop. He had only thrown 19 innings. He gets a strike, and it's 1-2 the count. 6'3", 195, only 24 years old. Arizona, and they called him the baby backs, and for good reason. They have a very young pitching staff. Ramirez fouls another one off. 1-2 the count to Hanley Ramirez. Trevor out there on the mound working on Ramirez. 1 out, bases empty, 1-2 the count. The 1-2 pitch on the way bounced in the dirt. 2-2 the count. We mentioned that the D-backs have a young pitching staff. In fact, it's the youngest in the major league. Ian Kennedy's 27. Wade Miley is 25. Trevor Cahill is only 24. Patrick Corbin is 23. Tyler Skaggs, whom we're going to see in the series, is only 21. The 2-2 pitch on the way, and that's high and inside. 3-2 the count. Skaggs, a left-hander, will go against Josh Beckett tomorrow night at 6:10. And then Wade Miley will go up against Chris Capuano on Sunday. Hitting behind Ramirez is Andre Ethier. Hanley takes inside, checking a swing for ball 4. So the Dodgers get a base runner on the walk. And that'll bring up Andre Ethier. The old story, you can't catch what you can't see. He just couldn't see the fly ball, and it went for a triple and a run. 1-0 in favor of Arizona, bottom of the second inning. Andre Ethier against Trevor Cahill, hitting .714. He is 5 for 7 with a home run against him. So Andre checking in. Ramirez at first with one out. Cahill is set and delivers, and the first pitch on the outside corner at the knees for a strike. Fastball at 91. Andre has hit safely in 6 of his last 8, hitting in the high 480s over that stretch. For the year, batting .290. Cahill works way outside. 1 ball and 1 strike. So Trevor Cahill, who is 2-0 this year against the Dodgers and 3-0 in his young career. He was a member of Team USA in the Beijing Olympics 4 years ago. Makes a throw to first. Ramirez back. The Diamondbacks sent Jared Parker, outfielder Colin Cowgill, and pitcher Ryan Cook to the A's in order to get Trevor Cahill. Basically, two-seam fastball. He has a knuckle curve. He comes back down and in with what looked like a hard slider, and it's a 2-1 count to Andre Ethier. So you put it all together: fastball, knuckle curve, then the regular curve, slider, and a change. Trevor, with a baby face, kind of looks in to get a sign. Ramirez gets a good jump, only to have the pitch fouled away right into the Arizona dugout. The Hanley goes back, and the count 2 balls and 2 strikes. Ramirez has stolen 16 out of 21. 1-0 in favor of Arizona. We're only in the 2nd inning, just warming up. But warming up in a nice way. 77 with hardly any humidity at all. Last night it felt like we were in the east. Here's the 2-2 pitch to Ethier, and Andre swings and doesn't get it. Not much of his swing. He was badly fooled on the location. I think he was looking for something perhaps in, and he got it down and away. And here comes Luis Cruz. Don't forget, tomorrow at 6:10, the second Natural Balance Bark in the Park of the season. You can purchase this special ticket package for you and your dog. Receive tickets to the Coca-Cola All-You-Can-Eat Pavilion. You'll also get a goodie bag and much more. Tickets are limited, only available at Dodgers.com/bark in the park. Andre Ethier becomes strikeout victim number 3, and Cahill now working on Cruz. Luis hitting .292. He has 4 home runs, 29 runs batted in. Cruz last night hit the ball hard twice, this time a hopper wide of third. Johnson is on it to throw him out. So the Dodgers get a walk and nothing else. And at the end of 2, D-backs 1, Dodgers nothing.
To look forward to Miller time later in tonight's game. Brought to you by Miller Lite.
Third inning, 1-0 in favor of Arizona. Trevor Cahill followed by Chris Young and then Aaron Hill. For Trevor Cahill, not much with the bat, but he does remember his first major league hit a couple of years ago was against the Dodgers. Harang deals, starts him with a strike, and the count 0-1. Cahill hitting less than 100. He does have 5 hits, 1 run batted in. Fouls the pitch back, so Trevor's in a hole now, 0-2. So Cahill, Young, and Hill. Third inning, D-backs leading 1-0. Fly ball single by Montero and a fly ball lost by Andre Ethier that went for a triple and the run scored. Well, Montero, who always plays exceptionally well against the Dodgers. There's a soft line drive at Adrian Gonzalez, and that'll do it for Cahill. So 1 away in the third, and Chris Young coming up. Checking Aaron Harang's work against some of the D-backs. Chris Young, for instance, has 3 home runs against him. So Mr. Harang, Mr. Young, no, don't bother. We know each other very well. Young, however, struck out in the first inning. Harang ready. Right-hander comes directly over the top and a towering fly ball, but it's playable. Matt Kemp waiting underneath and one hands it for the out. So Young, a fly ball, 2 down here in the third, and Aaron Hill coming up. Hill hit by a pitch in the first inning. Aaron Hill basically is not a first ball hitter. He might swing around 20% of the time. Big man with 20 home runs. That gets him on the list with Jay Bell and Kelly Johnson for home run hitters in Diamondback history. And he takes off the plate. 1 ball and no strikes. He also has a good enough eye to have a lot of 2-ball no strike counts. The 1-0 pitch on the way, that's a strike. Aaron Hill batting .296. 22 of his hits have been on the infield. So pretty good when you have 20 home runs and 22 infield hits. 1-1 pitch on the way. Hill swings, doesn't get it. Staggers across the plate, and a new ball put in play. 1-2 the count. The Dodgers might be in second place, but they are way behind the Giants in the division. Giants are 10 games above 500 in the West. Dodgers are 4 games under in the West. That's a big swing. Next pitch foul back. In fact, even the Diamondbacks are better within the division. Arizona is 24-21, 3 up. So the Dodgers trying to win a division in which they are having so much trouble trying to win. Here's the 1-2 pitch to Aaron Hill. He has a look and it's low, and a 2-ball 2-strike count. Clayton Kershaw draped on the railing. Chad Billingsley, the other Dodgers. And talking about Billingsley, we'll tell you in a moment, the 2-2 pitch is swung on and missed, so we'll table that. We'll give you a report on Chad Billingsley in a moment. And at the end of 2.5 innings, D-backs 1, Dodgers nothing. third. We were talking about Chad Billingsley, who's in good spirits, talking to Clayton Kershaw in the dugout. Now, what I'm about to tell you is certainly not absolute medical fact, but it's certainly in the neighborhood, and we'll tell you about what they've been doing with Chad Billingsley. In your blood, you have red corpuscles, you have white corpuscles, and you have something called platelets. And let's say platelets are like little soldiers. They rush to an area that's wounded or cut and try to heal. A.J. Ellis takes low, ball one. And one of the newer things I understand is they would take some blood, they would take platelets out of your blood, and then inject the platelets back into the bloodstream. And apparently that helps the healing process. And although, believe me, this is an amateur who doesn't know what he's talking about. They did that and then injected Chad, and now they wait to see if that doesn't speed up the healing process and then find out whether he can pitch any more this year. Pitch a strike, 1-2 the count. Another Dodger who is on tenterhooks medically as Nick Punto comes over to join the discussion with Billingsley and Kershaw. Fastball fouled off by A.J., hitting .282, 11 home runs, 41 runs batted in. Kenley Jansen, when he had the irregular heartbeat a year ago, they had to give him a blood thinner, and by doing that, they put him in danger, whereby if he cut himself or anything else, he'd be almost like a hemophiliac and not be able to heal. Ground ball up the middle. It's going to go by the diving Elmore. So Ellis gets himself a single, the Dodgers' first hit, and you figure it'll be a ground ball. And that'll bring up Aaron Harang. Anyway, Kenley Jansen was then finished for the year when they put him on the blood thinner. This year, a similar condition, and they have put him on the blood thinner, but we understand they will know more about him, definitive answer, on Tuesday about whether he can pitch. The bunt in the air, foul and out of play. Jansen actually threw a bullpen today, and Don Mattingly says he can do everything that everyone else can do, but we just can't risk him getting hit by a ball or cutting himself or being spiked. So Billingsley is a big question mark. Jansen is a big question mark. And we know Scott Elbert is out with a bad elbow. Here's the strike one pitch, and it is low and away. Harang takes the bunt and takes the bat back. So Ellis at first, 1-0 D-backs, bottom of the third. Aaron Harang with the bat this year has 5 sacrifices. The top 2 are Capuano and Kershaw. Here's the 1-1 pitch coming up. Aaron shows bunt, pulls the bat back, and the pitch is low. Ball 2. 2-1. Aaron again checking with Tim Wallach. Aaron back up. Creeping in is Chris Johnson coming to the plate. Again, the pitch is in for a strike this time. 2-2 the count. Mattingly again going through the process. Passed on to Wallach. Ellis wants to know what it is. 2-2 to Aaron Harang. Hitting a little more than a half a buck. Shows bunt and misses the bunt to strike out. So Harang goes down. Ellis holding. That, by the way, is the 4th strikeout for Trevor Cahill.
Mark Ellis.
And Mark Ellis will be coming up. Cahill, who gets a lot of ground balls, but he also gets a lot of strikeouts. He has 125 strikeouts as he goes to work now on Mark Ellis. Ellis grounded to third in the first inning. Cahill at the belt, Ellis waiting at the plate. Mark has a look, and the pitch is in for a strike, and the count 0-1. Couple of things. We talked about the fact he gets a lot of ground balls, therefore he gets a lot of double plays. He also gives up a lot of infield singles. Trevor also has 9 wild pitches. But he does a pretty good job of holding runners on. 7 have been nailed trying to steal against him. Though Ellis, who doesn't figure to be a threat to go on a straight steal, but certainly hit and run, held on by Goldschmidt. And the strike 1 pitch to Mark Ellis instead. Cahill goes to the back and picks up the rosin bag. So timeout for the moment. 0-1 the count. 18 double plays turned behind him this year. Right-hander looks down the barrel to get a sign and turns, lobs a throw to first. Ellis back on the bag. Trevor Cahill, the pride of San Diego. Interestingly enough, both pitchers, Aaron Harang and Cahill, live in San Diego. Talking about the border city's representative, the Padres, they will be here starting on Labor Day. 3rd, 4th, and 5th with San Diego, and the Dodgers go down south starting on the 25th. After tonight, the Dodgers have 15 games left at home. Ellis takes low. 2 remaining with Arizona and 3 with San Diego. That's 5. 4 with the Cardinals. That's 9. And the last 6 with Colorado and the Giants, totaling 15. So to say time is running out is certainly an understatement. 1-0 D-backs, bottom of the 3rd, 1 out. 1 ball and 1 strike to Mark Ellis. Cahill delivers, ground ball to 3rd, up with it Johnson, down to 2nd, and what did we tell you about double plays? They get another one. 19 double plays turned behind Trevor Cahill. Dodgers killing a lot of worms with ground balls. Johnson made the play to Hill, who had plenty of time to turn it, and at the end of 3, 1-0 Arizona.
To win a trip to a dream destination, courtesy of
Summer Drive Sales Event now through September 3rd. By AT&T, the nation's largest 4G network. AT&T, rethink possible. And by CarMax. Start the search for your next car at CarMax. D-backs lead on a misjudged or lost fly ball by Andre Ethier. 1-0 Arizona. Jason Kubel, Paul Goldschmidt, Justin Upton. Kubel, a high fly ball to right field. Andre sees this easily enough. Comes over and makes the catch for the out. So Kubel struggling at the plate. He's now 1 for 23, and he is 0 for 2. So 1 out in the 4th, and Paul Goldschmidt will be coming up. Goldschmidt, a big man, but runs well and does a very good job at first base. Tearing up the road, hitting .353 outside of Phoenix. First pitch to Paul, ball one. Goldschmidt went to school at Texas State, majored in finance. Right. Paul lives in Scottsdale. He was born in the wee state of Delaware. 2-1. Big enough to play football, 6'3", about 245. And he played football in junior high, but then decided to concentrate on baseball. That's just fine. Dodgers actually drafted Paul. They drafted him in the 49th round, but he opted to go to Texas State. Then a couple of years later signed with the D-backs. And ball three. Remember, he has hurt Aaron Harang. So Harang gives him the silk treatment. He walked him on 4 pitches in the second inning. Justin Upton is on deck. 3-2. Goldschmidt with 2 home runs against Aaron. And walks again. So Goldschmidt trots to first. 2 walks tonight. They give him 46. And here is Justin Upton. Upton, we mentioned, is a different player compared to last year. Trying to help him out a little bit. Kirk Gibson has green lighted him 6 times on a 3-0 count. Has wonderful speed, very graceful, good looking ball player, hitting .276. They have to watch Goldschmidt. He has stolen 13 out of 15. And another great base stealer, Eric Young, over there to coach him a little bit more. Upton waiting. And ball one. Harang a little tentative right now. Of course, after Goldschmidt had hurt him, Upton swings a pretty hot bat as well, but not against Harang. Upton hit into a double play in the second inning. All eyes on Goldschmidt. 1-0 Arizona. And that's hit to deep right field, to the track, at the wall, and picking it off is Andre Ethier. And back to first goes Goldschmidt. So Upton so near and yet so far, as it's a long fly ball to right for the second out. Nice play by Andre. It was a fastball up, belt high out over the plate. Ethier, like the music man, knows the territory and makes a nice play. 2 down, and the batter Miguel Montero had a pop fly single in the second inning and came home on the fly ball lost by Ethier in that pale blue sky. Montero last night opened up the 4th inning with a double, and Chris Young followed with a home run, and that turned out to be the game. 2 out, 4th inning. Now you have to really watch Goldschmidt. That's a strike to Miggy, as they call him. Montero, who is, I think, really the heart and soul of the everyday lineup. He was an all-star in 2011. Got the Good Guy Award, so you know he's popular. 0-1. Montero hitting .277 with 14 home runs, 74 runs batted in. He's from Caracas, Venezuela, and was signed by the D-backs as a free agent. 0-1. Montero got the fly ball single. That had to put a smile on his face because coming into this game, he was 3 for 23. That's about $130. No balls and 2 strikes. One and 2. Harang with an ERA under 3 in his career against Arizona. But despite that, he is 3-7 lifetime. Trying to win his 10th, keeping an eye on Paul Goldschmidt with 2 out and a 1-2 count to Miguel Montero. When the Dodgers come up in the bottom of the 4th inning, it'll be Shane Victorino, Adrian Gonzalez, and Matt Kemp. One and 2. And down goes Montero. No runs, no hits, a walk, a man left. At the end of 3.5 innings, D-backs 1, Dodgers nothing. A lost fly ball triple, lead 1-0. A reminder, you can visit MLB.com/fan guide for a chance to win a VIP experience for 2 this year at a Major League Baseball World Series game. Presented by Scotts, the official lawn care company of MLB. Well, it'll be Shane Victorino, Adrian Gonzalez, Matt Kemp in that order. Aaron Harang had a nice 13-pitch inning, so he has only made 53 pitches. Meanwhile, Trevor Cahill breezing along. Cahill has allowed 1 hit, a single up the middle by A.J. Ellis. And as usual, either striking out people or getting ground balls. There's not been a ball hit in the air yet. He's made 41 pitches. So here we go in the 4th. Showing bunt. Victorino takes ball 1. 1-0 to Shane. Cahill versus Victorino. Victorino is 0 for 6. 2 balls and no strikes to count. Shane 10 home runs, 48 runs batted in. Chance to steal a base if he gets on. And a strike. 2-1. Victorino with a .259 batting average. He's hitting .255 as a Dodger. Backhand effort by Hill and a wonderful throw. It's an amazing thing about the big leaguers. But there's a backhanded effort. Hill with his back to first base, heading towards center field, leaps, turns, and throws a strike right to ball goaltender. He make it look so easy, and he's right on the money. So another ground ball, and the batter is Adrian Gonzalez. So that last spot about lawn care is perfect with a guy like Cahill. And here's Gonzalez, struck out in the first inning. Adrian batting .240 with a home run, 6 runs batted in. And I am sure, being a human being, that he's pressing without a doubt. And a high fly ball, very playable. Waiting for it is Chris Young. So Gonzalez goes on the rare out, a ball hit in the air. Say a reminder, Labor Day, that's Monday, the Dodgers and Padres at 5:10. You can spend time with family and friends. Enjoy $1 Dodger dog. Compliments of our pals at Farmer John's. For tickets, visit Dodgers.com/promotions and leave the grilling to us. So 2 quick outs. Here's Matt Kemp. He struck out in the second inning. Dodgers have 1 hit. Ground ball single up the middle by A.J. Ellis. D-backs lead on a lost fly ball. 0-1 to Matt. Matt batting .336, 17 home runs, 54 runs batted in. For Kemp, this is only his 79th game. He grounds 1 foul. 79 for the Dodgers, game number 133. You can do the math and realize he has been missed. No balls, 2 strikes. Cahill really hesitated on that pitch. I think at one time in the delivery, he might have thought that Kemp was going to back out. All right, 1-2 to Matt, who's not up there yet. See him kind of hesitate right there, and then finally deliver. Ground ball to short. Jake Elmore is on it, gets rid of it in a hurry. So the Dodgers making any noise at all. 1, 2, 3, and at the end of 4, it remains 1-0 Arizona.
Dealers, October 2nd, 1985.
The Dodgers clinched the National League West title on the back of Oral Hershiser and his 11th win in a row. It was only his 2nd full season in the league, but Hershiser was already flashing his dominance. During this stretch, he pitched 4 complete games while tallying a 1.37 earned run average and striking out 73. Oral Hershiser, master of the house. It's amazing. You mention a name like his, you mention Gibson, and all of a sudden, for the moment, 1988 is yesterday afternoon, but only for the moment. Fifth inning. And for the moment, at least, Arizona leading 1-0. Chris Johnson, Jake Elmore, and Trevor Cahill. One ball and no strikes. Johnson with 13 home runs, 62 runs batted in, from Naples, Florida. With a .270 batting average. He'll be 28 October 1. 2-0. You may remember his dad, Ron Johnson. He's now the Red Sox first base coach. And a strike. 3-1. Chris Johnson, originally signed by the Astros 6 years ago, went to Stetson University. 3-1. Slice to right field, down the line, coming over to play it on a hop, and it's a fair ball. Ethier picks it up. Johnson runs very well. Breezes into second base with a slice double to right field. So he had the fly ball that was lost by Ethier for a triple. Now he goes after a low sinker, goes the other way, and gets himself a double. The Chris Johnson 2 for 2, and the batter will be Jake Elmore, and there'll be a little meeting at the mound. The last time that Chris Johnson batted in the second inning, if you weren't with us, he had a high fly ball, and Ethier said, I don't know where it is. Oh, there. And lunged and couldn't make the play. Scoring on that lost fly ball was Montero for the only run of the game. Now, Johnson slices a double, and here is Elmore hitting 195. That's a strike. Elmore's about 5'10", 180, out of Alabama. Went to Arizona State, however. He figures his lack of size is a motivator for him. He wants to prove people wrong. Slaps it foul, 0-2. Elmore, signed by the Diamondbacks 4 years ago, is up for his first look. Hitting 195. At Reno this year, he hit 344. 0-2. So Aaron Harang victimized tonight by a lost fly ball. Now a slice double has put him in trouble, with Elmore, Cahill, and Young coming up, and Johnson at second base. 1-2. Among other things, Elmore was an all-star for Reno. Made his major league debut August the 11th, went 0 for 1 against the Nationals. He joins Willie Bloomquist as the two players who went to Arizona State, who went from the campus to the D-backs. Poked it foul, went after a ball up and away at 92. I think, if nothing else, hoping he could hit it the other way and get Johnson over to third. Elmore credits a name you certainly know as helping his development, Brett Butler. And a line drive right at Cruz, no further play. So Elmore lines out, one down, and the batter now will be Trevor Cahill. Cahill has 1 run batted in, hitting just under 100. Cahill strikes out less than half the time. So that makes him a little bit of a problem. Strike. Remember his last time up in the 3rd inning, he hit the ball well enough, but he hit it right at Adrian Gonzalez. 0-1 to count. Foul ball, 0-2. The only run came in the 2nd inning. Miguel Montero, fly ball single to left. And then Johnson, the fly ball, just routine. However, time of day had a lot to do with it. Ethier just couldn't find the ball, and when he did, it was behind him. He twisted, tried to catch it, couldn't do it, and the run came in. Still 0-2. Harang has 3 strikeouts, and certainly he's trying to put Cahill away that way rather than have him advance the runner. Chris Young waiting on deck. 0-2. Ball 1. One run, 3 hits for the Diamondbacks as Young waits. Dodgers no runs, 1 hit. Ground ball single by A.J. Ellis. 2-2 the count to Trevor Cahill. And he goes 3-2. We have 1 out. Top of the 5th. D-backs lead 1-0. And ground ball up the middle. So Cahill gets a base hit. Scoring on the play is Johnson, and the D-backs lead 2-0. So Aaron Harang, who is a strikeout pitcher, but he was unable to put Trevor Cahill away. And Cahill with 2 strikes battled to 3-2 and singles. Remember, we told you his first major league hit was against the Dodgers when he first broke in. So 2-0 Arizona, and the batter is Chris Young. Chris Young has 3 home runs against Aaron Harang. 0-1. His last time up, he just did get under it, and he hit a long and high fly ball to dead center for an out. 2-0 D-backs in the 5th. 1-1. Pretty good fastball at 93. Chris struggling at 225. Remember, he started the year, the first, I think it was 15 games, he was hitting 400. Then he crashed into a wall, hurt his shoulder, and he hadn't been the same. Ball 2. Ellis going out to talk to his pitcher. Chris Young, in his last 5 road games, has been explosive. He had a game-winning home run in the 9th inning on the road in St. Louis. When he hurt his right shoulder crashing into the wall, he was hitting .410 at the time. Went on the DL for 15 days and lost it. Now trying to recover. Yeah, Matt Kemp knows all about that. Young, since the middle of August, has hit 300 to get his average up to 225. So you can imagine the fall that he took after the injury. Chris from Houston, Texas. You may remember we used to tell the story about Young battling against James Loney in high school. 2-1 to Chris. 2-2. Interesting how the D-backs have played. Really an odd year. They have been good and they've been not good, both home and road. On the road, their worst road trip, they were 7-13 in May. Their best at home, June into July, they were 18-5. Little foul, still 2-2. One of the things that has certainly kept Arizona alive in the race has been their pitching on the road. Arizona pitching on the road has held the opposition to a .230 batting average. Really shut him down. Little roller, tough play for Cruz. Gloves throws, gets him. Down to second base goes Johnson. Goes Cahill. And Chris Young taps out. That'll bring up Aaron Hill. You know, college football comes to Fox tomorrow. Aaron Andrews, Eddie George, Joey Harrington. They'll get you ready for kickoff. And then Heisman Trophy frontrunner Matt Barkley and #1 ranked USC take on Hawaii. The premiere of college football Saturday, that would be tomorrow, 4 p.m. only on Fox. Aaron Hill with Cahill at second, a run in. The D-backs lead 2-0. Hill hit by a pitch and struck out. He has really found a home with Arizona, hitting a solid .295 with 20 home runs. And he whacks it into right center field. There's nobody there. That thing is going to go to the wall, bouncing in the air to ensure the run scoring on the long double by Hill. And all of a sudden, the Dodgers are down 3-0 here in the 5th inning. So Aaron Hill doubles in Cahill. That, by the way, is the 3rd extra base hit. 2 doubles and a triple.
Jason Kubel.
So Kirk Gibson leading the Dodgers 3-0 in the 5th inning. Harang now working on Jason Kubel with 2 out. Kubel is 0 for 2. And ball 1. So in the inning, Chris Johnson doubled, sliced one just inside the foul line. With 1 out, Cahill battled with 2 strikes, went 3-2, and surprised everybody with a base hit up the middle to score Johnson. And then after Young grounded out, Aaron Hill doubled to the gap in right center. 2 runs are in, and the D-backs lead 3-0. Justin Upton and Paul Goldschmidt, the rest of the D-backs sitting on top of that 3-0 lead. 1-2 the count. Remember, the Diamondbacks had a 6-game losing streak at home. They've won 5 straight on the road, and they are just wearing the Dodgers out. They've beaten the Dodgers 7 straight and 9 of the last 11. The Messrs. Young and Upton and the rest leading tonight and giving Mattingly and company a very bad time. Slicing back a third. Cruz is there, and there's the out. However, not before the Diamondbacks get 2. And at the end of 4.5 innings, D-backs 3, Dodgers 0. It was his fly ball that was lost by Andre Ethier in the second inning that meant a run, and it was his slicing fly ball double that set up a 2-run fifth inning, and then that fine at bat by Trevor Cahill. He had 2 quick strikes. Cahill battled 3 and 2, and then singled to pick up the run. And for Cahill, his second RBI, and then for good measure, Aaron Hill doubled in Cahill. So it is 3-0 Arizona, and Hanley Ramirez, ball 1. Aaron Harang really labored in the fifth inning. He made 29 pitches, so his pitch count is up to 82. 2-0 the count. Hanley Ramirez walked in the second inning. Dodgers have had 2 base runners. Hanley walked and Ellis singled in the third. That's a strike. So the baby backs, as they call the pitching staff, and from the looks of things, with Ian Kennedy and Trevor Cahill, they're going to be in good shape for quite a while. There's Ian Kennedy. Boy, what a game he turned in last night. The pride of Huntington Beach. 2-2. And ball 3. Waiting on deck, Andre Ethier. Ground ball to short. Elmore makes the play. So the Dodgers not only making outs, they're making very easy, routine outs. Here they are, 4 strikeouts, 8 ground balls, 1 fly ball, and that's really all it was, Adrian Gonzalez. So if you're the manager, what do? Now, if he had been allowed to hit, it'd be another story. Here is Andre Ethier, struck out in the second inning. 1 ball and no strikes. 3 runs, 5 hits for the D-backs. No runs, 1 hit for the Dodgers. Dodgers had to figure something was wrong when they were shut out in Colorado. You just don't figure to get shut out in Colorado. Then they came home, got shut out last night, and they're having a lot of trouble tonight with just 1 hit. Three and 0, a slider almost take the leg off. Certainly took the balance out of Ethier. 3 balls and no strikes. They let him swing 3 and 0. Counts 3 and 1. You can understand that, trying to do anything to get some kind of an offense. And that's going to go foul. 3 and 2. Trevor Cahill, since he is a ground ball pitcher, one other thing that goes along with that, pretty good fielder. Little trickler, Aaron Hill. So another rollover ground ball. Of course, we knew coming in over 70% of the outs were going to be ground ball. Let's talk about Kirk Gibson. He played for 4 Major League Baseball teams in 17 seasons. And you name it. Kirk, of course, as they said, brought a football mentality to the game of baseball. Luis Cruz grounded to third in the second inning, 0 for 1. Dodgers still have managed 1 hit and 1 fly ball. But again, that's the word on Cahill. When he is on, that's what you get. 1 ball and 1 strike. Cahill might have been a first-round pick about 6 years ago, but he had strep throat. That led to a couple of poor outings just before the draft, so he dropped to round 2. And then shortly after he signed, he had a rotator cuff injury. Then he had a viral infection, lost weight. 2 years ago, he was on the DL, a stress reaction in the left shoulder blade. But he is a wonderful young pitcher, Trevor Cahill. 3-2. And that's going to be a base hit. So Luis Cruz hangs in, goes 3-2, singles to right. The crowd emphasizing that name. Went with a pitch away and slapped it into right field. Nice bit of hitting. Only the second Dodger hit. The proud possessor of the other one is coming up. A.J. Ellis down in the Dodger bullpen. Sean Tolleson, who was here, then went down and then has been called back. And Tolleson warming up. Nick Punto is going to come out and bat for Aaron Harang. However, it's up to Ellis to extend the inning. 2 out. Ellis, a ground ball single, hitting .284, 11 home runs, 41 RBIs. Had the first grand slam of his career in Colorado, and he's hit by a pitch. Cahill very unhappy with himself. He has been wild. He's hit 9 batters, and he got that thing on the hip. So Ian Kennedy has hit 12. Cahill has hit 9. So it gives the Dodgers a look as Nick Punto comes up. 2 on, 2 out, 3-0 in favor of Arizona. Punto is hitting .111. Nick was born in San Diego, so he has certainly something in common with Trevor Cahill, and he lives in Mission Viejo now. Originally signed by the Phillies, had a good career with the Twins, last 2 years Cardinals, Red Sox, and now the Dodgers. Switch hitter, 1 for 2 batting right-handed, and 0 for 7 hitting left-handed. So the numbers are against him as he checks in against Cahill. Fouled away. 0-1. So Aaron Harang made a total of 82 pitches. The 5th inning got him. He made 29 pitches in the 5th and gave up the 2 runs. So he can only hope that the Dodgers do something, but the first 2 men made out here in the 5th. Cruz at second, Ellis at first. 0-2 to Punto. Nick Punto will be 35 in November. 5'9". Well put together. 5'9", about 190. One and 2. Punto is not built to hit home runs. Most home runs he hit in his major league career is 4. He had 1 last year with the Cardinals, and he had 1 this year with the Red Sox. 1 and 2 to Nick. Two and 2. So the deuces are wild. 2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 out, 2 on. with the D-backs leading 3-0. Dodgers struggling at home again since the 28th of May. They are 14-25 at home. Squirted up along third. Charging over is Johnson, and he's safe at first. A modest thing and thine own, but it belongs to Nick Punto. And his head-first dive just does beat Chris Johnson. Here comes Chris, the throw. Nick sliding in head first. And the Dodgers have the bases loaded for Mark Ellis. Charles Nagy going out to the mound now to counsel Trevor. So you have Cruz at third, Ellis at second, Punto at first, and Mark Ellis 0 for 2 coming up. Ellis grounded to third and grounded into a double play. So Mark was rested last night. Never did get in the game. Punto went 0 for 4 as his replacement last night. Now up there in a big spot. Dodgers down by 3, and he's had good luck. 3 grand slams and a .300 batting average. 3 runs, 5 hits for the D-backs. No runs, 3 hits for the Dodgers. Cruz, Ellis, and Punto out there. And here's Mark. Overall average 262, 5 home runs, 25 runs batted in. Mark Ellis, of course, spent a lot of years with Oakland, though I'm sure he knows Trevor Cahill very well. And a ground foul outside of third. Boy, he attacked that pitch. 0-1. Cahill was with the A's 09, 10, and 11. Ellis was with the A's 09, 10, and 11. Well, they were teammates for 3 years. 0-1 to Mark Ellis. That's a sinker, 0-2. That's the pitch. Either you miss or you hit a ground ball. Luis Cruz at third, A.J. Ellis at second, Nick Punto at first. 2 out, 0-2 to count to Mark Ellis. Ball 1. Giants lost today. Cubs got out in front 5-0. Giants battled to get close, and the Cubs wound up winning 6-4. So somebody tonight picks up a game, either Arizona or the Dodgers. In the dirt, nice save by Miguel Montero. 2-2 the count. So Cruz, Ellis, and Punto, the tying runs out there. Now Cahill takes a little walk in the park. Just kind of walks off the mound. We used to talk about Lefty Gomez of the Yankees in a World Series game backing off the mound to watch a plane fly overhead. How cool is that? 2-2. And base hit into left field. In comes Cruz. Here comes Ellis. The throw cut off. It's 3-2 Diamondbacks. Big hit for Mark Ellis, and Shane Victorino coming up. So now the tying run. Nick Punto is at second base. The throw by Kugel is cut off. Remember, he has 12 assists out there in left field. But a clutch base hit by Mark Ellis gets the Dodgers back in the game. And another thing that's happening to Trevor Cahill, for the first time tonight, he's had to work hard. The first pitch to Victorino will be his 30th pitch of the inning. He's up there at 80 pitches. So Harang could very well get off the hook. In fact, having gone 5, he even has a long shot of winning the game. Ball 1 to Victorino. Down in the D-back warm-up pen, Brian Shaw loosening up. Shane, 10 home runs, 48 runs batted in. Trying to get Punto home from second base. That's a strike. 1-1. In the inning with 2 out. Cruz single to right. Ellis hit by a pitch. Punto an infield single to load him up. Mark Ellis a single to left to drive in 2. And Victorino pops it up. It's Elmore calling, Kubel calling. They bump together. And who's got the ball? It looks like it was a shortstop, Elmore. Anyway, the Dodgers get 2, and at the end of 5, 3-2 Arizona. To 1961, Dodgers Giants playing in the Coliseum, almost 83,000 people to see Sandy Koufax strike out 18. But that wasn't enough. Dodgers went in the bottom of the 9th inning. The game was tied 2-2. Wally Moon hit a moonshot, as they call it, a fly ball home run over the screen in left field with 2 men aboard, and voila! The Dodgers went on to win it 5-2. Sandy then came back the next game, struck out 13 to give him 31 strikeouts in 2 consecutive games. Ah, memory. And let's go back to this one. And talking about a moonshot, there is a real moonshot. 3-2 in favor of Arizona. It'll be Paul Goldschmidt, Justin Upton, and Miguel Montero. Sean Tollison is now in there picking up for Aaron Harang. Tollison last pitched, gave up a couple of home runs back-to-back, went down, then they've called him back up. 1 ball and no strikes. Of course, we're getting close to the September call-ups. As far as that is concerned, Don Mattingly was saying that they would call up just a few guys right away. Maybe Tim Fedorovich for a third catcher. Javi Guerra to get the bullpen back to strength. Two and 0 the count to Goldschmidt, who has walked twice against Harang. That's a strike. 2-1 the count. Sean Tolleson in relief of Aaron Harang, working on Goldie, who has walked 45 times this year. Slice foul out of play. 2-2. Goldschmidt followed by Upton, followed by Montero. And fouled away again. Tolleson thrown hard enough. Sean, that last pitch, 94. Out of Dallas, Texas, lives in Fairview, Texas. 6'2", 220, and went to Baylor. He majored in pre-dentistry. And there's strike 3 called. Inside corner at the knees. And down goes Goldie, 1 away. Strikeout number 1 for Tolleson. Just got it in there. And the batter will be Justin Upton. Justin Upton grounded into a double play and fly deep to right field. Ethier making a fine catch, going right to the wall. We're in the 6th. 3-2 Arizona. Arizona leading by 1 run, and that reminds them, I'm sure, they have had a lot of trouble in 1-run games. Arizona in 1-run decisions, they've won 10 and they've lost 20. 1-1. So Chris Young and Justin Upton, two of the fine young athletes patrolling the outfield. Jason Kubel is the other in left. And otherwise you see Gerardo Parra as well. 1 ball, 1 strike. And that's popped up. Backing up is Adrian into foul ground. And behind him is Mark Ellis. So a foul ball popped up to the second baseman, and the batter will be Miguel Montero. Okay, a little while ago we asked you about Kirk Gibson. Played for 4 major league teams in 17 seasons. Can you name them? Yep, he had 2 stints with Detroit. Then, of course, with the Dodgers, Kansas City Royals, and the Pittsburgh Pirates. But he'll always be certainly a Dodger in Southern California and a Tiger in Michigan. 0-1 to Montero. Had a fly ball single to left and struck out. I think he almost swallowed his chewing tobacco. Oh, and 1. Light breeze blowing out to right field. 1-1. A light breeze. A beautiful evening. 77 degrees when the game started. No humidity like last night. We had a glorious sunset with the mountains edged so beautifully out there in center. And the sunset began to change the colors of the mountains. Oh, it was a glorious start. Maybe you'll be out here with us tomorrow night. A 6-10 game. Two and 1 to Miggy, as they call him, and he promptly strokes it into right field. So Montero always seems to hit very, very well against the Dodgers, and he has 2 more hits tonight. Single to left, single to right, he scored a run.
Chris Johnson.
And Chris Johnson, talking about scoring a run. Johnson hit that fly ball to right field in the second inning. Ethier lost it. It went for a triple. Then last time up, he doubled to right. 0-1. Chris hitting .271, 13 home runs, 62 runs batted in. He was acquired from the Astros very end of July. Didn't play last night. They said he had a touch of the flu. Boy, did he break in with a bang when he got to Arizona. He had 5 home runs in the first 8 games. And his first game with the club, he hit a grand slam home run. I mean, that's the way to make friends and influence games. 0-2 to Chris. Johnson from Naples, Florida. Off the plate. Red Sox wanted him. He turned them down and eventually signed with the Astros. His major league career average .273, and he's hitting .271. He's right on the money. He has always had a great arm as a third baseman. That's why it was so close on the ball that Punto hit. Slicing fly ball. Ethier looking up into the black of night and makes the catch. No runs, 1 hit, a man left, and we're heading to the bottom of the 6th. Arizona 3, Dodgers 2. Heroics and good fortune for Chris Johnson with a triple, a double, RBI, and a run scored. Mark Ellis got the Dodgers into the game with a bases loaded single that produced 2, but the Dodgers still have to shake the number 7. It might be the lucky 7 for Arizona, but it is a bad 7 for the Dodgers, having lost 7 straight and 9 of 11 against Arizona. Adrian Gonzalez has struck out, fly to center, 0 for 2. Adrian hitting an overall .231 with a home run. And you remember his first at bat, he did that. There were 2 men on, so half of the RBIs were involved with that first appearance and first home run. And a strike. Cahill really changing up. 1 ball, 1 strike. Dodgers in the 5th inning had a base hit, a hit batter, an infield single, and then Mark Ellis single to drive in 2. Interesting, too, for Mark Ellis, the sun finally broke through. Mark, with runners in scoring position this year, was hitting only 174. So he's shoulder to shoulder with A.J. Ellis. Popped up. Left side, and it's Johnson. So Adrian goes 0 for 3 as he pops it up. 1 away, and the batter, Matt Kemp. You know, Tuesday at 7:10, fans with the first 30,000 tickets receive an adult Matt Kemp replica jersey, compliments of State Farm. For tickets, visit Dodgers.com/promotion. Matt tonight returning to the Wars after getting banged up in Colorado. Struck out, grounded to short, 0 for 2. Dodgers lost a very fine outfielder playing in Colorado. That would be Jason Worth. Remember when Jason was with the Dodgers? He crashed into the wall in Denver, hurt his shoulder. Then his first at-bat in spring training, he was hit on the hand by a pitch. And the next thing you know, he was in Philadelphia. Made a lot of money there, moved on, made an even more amount of money in Washington. Well, now the big question is, how much is Jason worth? 1 ball and 1 strike to Matt Kemp. Hitting .334. As we mentioned a little while ago, the Dodgers are playing game number 133. And Matt Kemp has played in 79 games. So that's what, 53 games he's missed, a third of the year. 2-1. Two and 2. Now we know that he's playing hurt. We know that shoulder is sore. I think it hurt him on that swing. Sitting up here on that swing, at least, we did not see that rapid swing. 2-2. Three and 2. 3 runs, 6 hits for the D-backs, 2 runs, 4 hits for the Dodgers. The outfield very deep, straight away. Kubel, however, plays him slightly towards left center. They give him straight away left. Did he? No, he didn't. So Kemp draws the walk. The Dodgers have the tying run aboard, and the batter, Hanley Ramirez. Ramirez walked. So Cahill has walked 2, and he has hit a batter. Hanley has grounded out. Charles Nagy again going out to talk to Cahill. Cahill was sailing along until the 5th inning. And a lot of times a fellow will fight his way through a tough 1 inning and pay a price. Well, he made 32 pitches in the 5th inning. So we'll see what he does here in the 6th. Mike Zagorski, a left-hander, begins to warm up with Ethier on deck. And it looks like he's going to have company Brian Shaw, the right-hander, who was up earlier. When we look down there, I always think years ago when the Dodgers would play the Cincinnati Reds, and they had a pitcher named George Culver. That's a strike. And George always brought a transistor radio into the bullpen. And it would be dark down there. Look at that. I'm not quite sure who that is. And I would say, hey, George, is that so-and-so or so-and-so? Lift your cap if it's so-and-so. He'd immediately lift his cap. Say, thanks, George. And we'd go on with the game. 0-1 to Hanley Ramirez. Dodgers with the tying run at first and Matt Kemp. Kemp has stolen 8 of 11. We're not sure if that bruised knee will let him steal anymore. There he goes. The pitch is outside. Miggy's throw is late. It was on a bounce and it hit the mound. So Kemp has now stolen 9 out of 12 on a bad wheel. I guarantee you he's hurting a little bit. There's the throw. Watch, it hits the mound and that takes all the speed out of it. So Kemp, bad leg or no, and he rubs that left knee, so I know that was hurting. Tying run with 1 out, and Hanley trying to pick him up, 1-1. Interesting change with Cahill. The first 13 batters he faced, he had 1 3-ball count. The last 9, he's had 4. High fly ball. Upton has to come in, but he's there. Kemp to the bag, but he's not going to do any running. Yes, he is. And he fools Upton and takes third. He did a pretty good job of fooling me, too. So Upton, who has a great arm, took it for granted. Oh, Kemp's banged up. He's not going to try to run on my arm. And that did. Watch him walk back and then look and then take off. And Upton is already committed to throw the ball into second base. So there have been 2 big plays so far in this series. Upton misjudging Kemp. And, of course, last night, John McDonald forgetting how many outs there were in the inning. And here comes Kirk Gibson. And we will see if he goes with Ethier. He'll bring in the left-hander. That'll do it. So Trevor Cahill goes out where he can win, or he can have nothing to do with it. The tying run's at third, and we'll be right back. All of a sudden, he was piling up the 3-ball counts, and all of a sudden, he was piling up the pitches. The 32 pitches he made in the 5th inning took its toll, and he made 13 more pitches and had to come out. So 96 pitches. He goes 5 2/3. As usual, tough. Allowed 4 hits, 2 earned runs, and the runner Kemp at third, the tying run. So Mike Zagurski out of Omaha, Nebraska. He was originally signed by the Phillies out of the University of Kansas. Came up with the Phillies twice in 07 and in 10. Not scouted much when he was in high school at all. And there, while in high school, he played against Chris Gibson, the son of Hall of Famer Bob Gibson. That was at Bellevue High School. And he really learned to compete. So Matt Kemp at third base, 2 out, 90 feet away, and Ethier facing Zagorski and Ethier have met once. Andre is 1 for 1 against him. Zagorski's an even 6, 225. Fouled away, so he has Ethier in a hole now, 0-2. No balls, 2 strikes. He's talking to Montero. Zagorski got a nickname with the Phillies. They called him Bronco after the Hall of Fame football player Bronco Nagurski. Ball 1. With a runner at third, we ought to look up the Z-Man and find out. He has 2 wild pitches. 1-2 to count. And a little flare into left field, base hit. And the Dodgers have tied it up. So among other things, that gets Aaron Harang off the hook. It also deprives Trevor Cahill of a possible win as Ethier flares it to left just beyond the shortstop, Jake Elmore, and scoring is Kemp. And Matt did a tremendous job in the 6th inning, first stealing second and then fooling Justin Upton, and it cashes in. So that's going to do it for Zagorski, and we'll be right back. For Matt Kemp, first to steal second, and then you know the left knee was hurting, and rubbing that left knee, it might have convinced Justin Upton that he wouldn't dare try to go to third. And Kemp stood around at second base and then suddenly took off, and Upton threw into second base, and that's important. Matt could not have scored on the flare from second base. Little slider for a strike. Brian Shaw out of Livermore, California. That would be the hometown of Randy Johnson. Originally signed by the D-backs out of Long Beach State. Another slider, 1-1. Luis Cruz hitting .294, 4 home runs, 29 runs batted in, asking for time while he reads Tim Wallach. 1 ball and 1 strike. Fastball 2 sliders and a 95-mile-an-hour fastball, and the count 1-2. Matt Guerrier begins to warm up in the Dodger bullpen. So it's good to see Matt healthy and able to throw again. Brian Shaw, second-round pick 4 years ago. 1-2. Fastball. So he just 2 sliders, 2 fastballs, and he takes care of Cruz. However, the Dodgers get a run. The Flair single by Ethier and the wise base running by Matt Kemp. And we're even 3-3. And the Dodgers have had to scratch for the runs. Mark Ellis got a base hit, scoring Cruz and Ellis. Cruz had singled and Ellis hit by a pitch. Then there was an infield single by Puntos. And then in the 6th inning, Kemp walked and stole second. Matt then fooled Justin Upton, who threw the ball into second. That was a huge play, so that the flare by Andre Ethier is able to score Matt from third and tie up the game. So 3-3, 7th inning, and the Dodgers now take the glove, and we'll see about the D-backs and Jake Elmore, and a strike. Gerardo Parra is out on deck. Parra started in left field last night. 0-1. Fouled away. Sean Tolleson, pitching his 2nd inning, gave up a base hit in the 6th. So the starting pitchers are not involved. Not Harang, not Cahill, not Zagorski. Right now it's in the hands of Tolleson and Shaw. 0-2. Don't forget, the Giants lost today. Cubs finally slowed them out a little. Giants on the road since the All-Star break are 17-6. Remarkable. Elmore batting 190. 2-2. Outfield straightaway and shallow. Jake not big enough to have a lot of home runs. 2-2. Chopper, Cruz, bobbles, recovers, gets him. So Luis Cruz, a nice play, 1 down. Brian Shaw will give way to Gerardo Parra. Parra, the left-hand batter, had 2 base hits and lined out to short as we look at a little magic performed by Luis. Gets his man. Plenty to spare. So good play by Luis. 3-3 tie in the 7th. Parra last night struck out, single to right, single to left, and lined out to short. Hitting .279 with 6 home runs, 32 runs batted in. 0-1. Last 8 games, Parra is hitting .360. When he hits high up in the order, not pinch hitting for number 9, but when he's up on top, either 1 or 2, he's hitting .360. Got a Gold Glove last year. Three in the 7th. Par's an even 6, 195 from Venezuela. Little foul ball. 1-2 to Gerardo. Signed as a free agent by the D-backs. He's an adventuresome base runner. He's been picked off 8 times, but he's also stolen third base 4 times. One and 2. Breaking ball and a dandy. So Parra strikes out, batting for Shaw. 2 out, and Chris Young will be coming up. Chris Young struck out, fly to center, grounded out. Take another look at Parra going after Uncle Charlie or the deuce. Young 0 for 3, 14 home runs, 38 runs batted in. Foul back, no balls and 1 strike. Chris Young has hit as many as 32 home runs for the Diamondbacks. Did that 5 years ago. He was originally signed by the White Sox at a Bel Air High School in Houston. 0-1. Young was kind of a diamond in the rough in the sense no one ever labeled him in the early days a can't miss prospect. He wasn't even an everyday player for his high school team until he was a senior. 1-2. One and 2, and that 2-strike count has been bad for him, and down he goes again. So Tollison picks up his 3rd strikeout, and we're heading to the bottom of the 7th in a 3-3 tie. Look at the Dodgers tonight. Matt Kemp with his bruised legs accounting for a run to get the game even. And for Mark Ellis, a big night only because he's been struggling with bases loaded, runners in scoring position, but he comes up with a key hit tonight to get the game even. So the Dodgers now tied up in the bottom of the seventh, and yet another reminder, the action started in the bottom of the lineup, and Brad Ziegler is now coming in to face A.J. Ellis, and then Adam Kennedy will be batting for Tolleson. Then the top of the order, Mark Ellis. Brad Ziegler pitched the seventh inning briefly last night. I mean briefly. He got 2 outs with 4 pitches. He's from Pratt, Kansas, lives in Missouri, and broke in his big league career with a string of scoreless innings, 39 of them. Originally signed by the Phillies, but he did the damage with the Athletics. 1-0. That's a strike, 1-1. Story about Ziegler, he grew up 20 minutes or 20 miles from Albert Pujols, so they competed a lot against each other. 2-1 to A.J., who singled, hit by a pitch, scored a run. Ellis hitting .284, 11 home runs, 41 runs batted in. Submarine sinker, 2-2 the count. Brad Ziegler normally coming in with runners on. He's had 47 inherited runners. He's only allowed 11 to score. 3-2. He gets a lot of double plays. They've turned 14 behind him. All of the others are starting pitchers, and he's 14th with all those double plays. Brad Ziegler. Bouncer back to Ziegler. To fill in about Ziegler and his ability to come in and get that double play. Last night he came into the game. The Dodgers had runners at first and second. 1 out, 7th inning. Juan Rivera was the batter. Rivera hit one up the middle. It might have been a base hit, except for a diving, smothering stop by Aaron Hill, who converted it into the double play. So Ziegler has now had 15 double plays turned behind him, and he's going to face Adam Kennedy coming off the bench. Kennedy singled to right field against David Hernandez in the 8th inning last night. 0-1. For Adam Kennedy, he has been very successful in a very difficult role. He is 8 for 25 as a pinch hitter. Down in the pen, Ronald Belisario. 1 ball, 1 strike. So Belisario's role gets bigger and bigger as long as Kenley Jansen is sidelined. 1-2. When Ziegler was in high school, he was really just another pitcher. And then he converted to his style. You want to call him a submariner, dropping that arm. 2-2 the count to Adam Kennedy. As far as Pujols is concerned, Ziegler and Pujols played in the same district, American Legion ball. They were teammates for all-star games. Little roller. Aaron Hill shovels to get him. A reminder, tomorrow Fox Sports Network and FX are the places to turn. Full day of college football action, including Colorado State and Colorado renewing their rivalry on FX. 4th-ranked Oklahoma takes on UTEP on FSN. Our coverage of college football begins tomorrow at 9 a.m. Pacific on FSN and FX. Ball one. Two out, seventh inning, 3-3 tie. That's a strike. 1-1. Mark Ellis grounded to third, hit into a double play, and then with the bases loaded, got the key base hit, score two, get the Dodgers back in the game, and they caught the tying run the next inning. 1-2 to count. Brad Ziegler, the fourth pitcher for Arizona, shot glove nicely. So Ziegler makes a good defensive play, and that's the inning. Dodgers go 1-2-3, and at the end of seventh, we have a 3-3 tie. Inning, 3-6-0 for the D-backs, 3-5-0 for the Dodgers. The difference, the D-backs have had two doubles and a triple. The triple was a lost fly ball early in the game, and the Dodgers doing it the hard way with a couple of base hits, a hit batter, a walk, and Matt Kemp's legs, as bruised as they might be. He stole second, took third when Upton didn't think he was going to run. And Andre Ethier against the left-hander Zagurski, a flare single to left to scoring. Mark Ellis had a bases-loaded single to drive in two. And those two were a single, a hit batter, and an infield single when Punto beat the throw to first, going in head first. So the Dodgers are not hitting the ball at all, but they are even. And now here come the D-backs with Hill, Kubel, and Goldschmidt. Aaron Hill hit by a pitch, struck out, double to drive in a run. Ball one. Ronald Belisario taking over in an important role. Belisario 3-1, ERA 2.7, a hold man, basically, has one save. 1-1. Roles grow in importance and change, especially as long as Kenley Jansen is out of action. Dodgers last night relieved Kershaw with right and lead. Ground ball, base hit. So Aaron Hill is 2 for 3 with a single and a double, and hit by a pitch.
Left fielder number 13, Jason Kubel.
Now Jason Kubel. Kubel is struggling, didn't play last night, got back in the game tonight. He has one hit in his last 24 at-bats. But he brings up 26 home runs and 80 runs batted in. He can get you rich in a hurry. and a strike. 0-1. Kubel looking down to Matt Williams. Kubel's had a big career with the Twins. That's a strike. 0-2. In 2009, playing for the Twins against the Angels, Jason Kubel hit for the cycle, and what made it exciting is last at-bat, he hit a grand slam home run to complete the cycle, and the grand slam also won the game. I mean, that's a cycle. 0-2 to Jason. Out of a little town, Belle Fourche, South Dakota, that lives in Palmdale now. Ball 1. Ronald Belisario wading through the thickness of the Arizona lineup. Kubel, Goldschmidt, Upton with a runner at first, nobody out. Aaron Hill over at first base has stolen 11 out of 15. 1-2. 2-2. Belisario has been very effective both against right-handers and left-handers. There was a stretch where right-handers hit 154 against him, and left-handers only 136. Belisario 21 walks, 47 strikeouts, so better 2-1. There goes the pitch, and no chance to get Hill. So on ball 4, instead of a throw, Ellis just held on to the ball. First and second, nobody out, and the batter will be Paul Goldschmidt. So, follow the Dodgers with MLB.com at bat 12 for your iPhone, iPad, BlackBerry, Android, and Windows Mobile. Get live audio, pitch tracking, video highlights, and more. Text @bat to 31826, or do it the easy way. Visit Dodgers.com for details. Bill Belisario in some trouble now. First and second, nobody out. Goldschmidt, Upton, and Montero coming up. Goldschmidt, little roller foul. Paul has walked twice and struck out 0 for 1. Belisario and Goldschmidt. Goldie is 0 for 2. Then you have Justin Upton. Upton is 1 for 8. Then you might have Montero. Montero 1 for 6. Well, Belisario's had some good success against the hitters he's about to face. 2 on, nobody out. 3-3 tie. Fastball, roll foul from Matt Williams. What a wonderful third baseman Matt was. Down in the Dodger bullpen, their only left-handed reliever, Randy Choate, begins to loosen up. So the Dodgers have lost the luxury of bringing in one left-hander with yet another up their sleeve in Scott Elbert. No balls, 2 strikes. 1-2. Goldschmidt hits his share of home runs. He has 18. He's also struck out 110 times. Hill at second, Kubel at first, nobody out. Now there is. So first and second, 1 out, and the batter will be Justin Upton. Fastball away, and Goldschmidt went after it. So now Justin Upton 0 for 3 coming up. Upton grounded into a double play, fly deep to right to Ethier, and fouled out in the 6th inning. 2 on, Hill and Kubel. Fouled away, 0-1. The D-backs, and they've been this way a long time, they have 5 hitters who have struck out over 100 times. So they're very aggressive. And for Kirk Gibson, hoping for the home run to bail them out. You can't steal a lot of bases when you have a lot of hitters failing to make contact. In direct contrast, the Dodgers have only 1 man who has struck out 100 times. That would be Hanley Ramirez. So there's a difference in style. 3-3, 8th inning. 0-2 to Upton with the left-hand hitting Montero on deck. 1 out. Ground ball down to Mark Ellis. The feed to Hanley. Double play. So Upton goes 0 for 4, hits into a second double play. No runs, a hit, a man left. And at the end of 7 1/2, a 3-3 tie. Matt Kemp has a lot of way to beat you. He can beat you with the bat, he can beat you with the glove, and also with his leg. Despite the sore left knee, he not only stole second, he convinced Upton that he wouldn't dare go over to third on a fly ball. Upton got the ball to second base, and then Matt was able to score on a flare to left field. I do not believe he could have scored had he not moved from second to third on the fly ball, because Jason Kubel out there in left field has 12 assists. But Upton threw to second, Kemp stole the base on him, and the flare single got him home. So the Dodgers, playing little ball, will now face David Hernandez, who made 13 pitches in setting him down in the 8th inning last night. He did surrender a pinch hit single to Adam Kennedy. Now he'll be facing Victorino, Gonzalez, and Kemp. David Hernandez out of Sacramento. 6'3", 215. Shane Victorino, 2 ground balls popped up, 0 for 3. Hernandez has really been a tower of strength. J.J. Putz is the closer, but David has had 10 straight scoreless appearances. his last 21 games, his numbers are really amazing. In those 21 appearances, his earned run average is 0.8, and in 20 innings, he has struck out 29. He had a string of at least one strikeout in 18 straight games. Fouled away. Hernandez 2-2, an earned run average of 2.2. Only allowed 37 hits and 57 innings. That's really impressive. And his strikeout to walk ratio is 4-1. So he's something. David Hernandez, originally signed by Baltimore. Off the plate, 1-2. Basically, you're going to get a very good fastball, a four-seamer at 94, then a sharp curve and a changeup. And down goes Victorino. So he's a quiet 0 for 4 without being able to hit the ball out of the infield. So one out, and Adrian Gonzalez. Of course, really, the outs have been on the quiet side. Gonzalez is 0 for 3. Struck out, fly ball, popped up. Waiting on deck, Matt Kemp. Fouled away. As we mentioned at the very start of the game, 23 means a lot in this series. Worn by Adrian Gonzalez, formerly worn by Kirk Gibson, who wears 23 on his uniform. A drive to right, but playable. People looking for what they want to see. It was just a routine fly ball. So 2 down, and Matt Kemp coming up.
Center fielder, number 27.
And of course, on this day, several years ago, Don Mattingly, who wore 23, had his number retired by the New York Yankees. 23. Well, here's Matt. Matt had struck out, grounded out, and then he got the walk in the 6th inning. And he surprised a lot of people by stealing second. And then he really surprised everybody on a fly ball to right when he dared to go to third. And Upton couldn't believe it and had thrown into second. Right. 0-1. Matt hitting .334, 17 home runs, 54 runs batted in. Ground foul, 0-2. Matt Kemp 1 for 4 in the past against David Hernandez. By the way, in the 9th inning for Arizona, Miguel Montero, Chris Johnson, and Jake Elmore. and 2. Bounce that. David Hernandez, with all of his other numbers, in 57 2/3 innings, he's allowed only 3 home runs. Waiting on deck, Hanley Ramirez. Now back. One and 2 to Matt Kemp. David Hernandez trying to hold on and then give the ball to J.J. Putz. 3 runs, 7 hits for the D-backs, 3 runs, 5 hits for the Dodgers. Another reminder, the Giants lost today to the Chicago Cubs, so the winner picks up a game. Dodgers hoping it's them to cut the lead to 3.5. One ball and 2 strikes. Two and two. Well, we showed you Matt's mom. She was here tonight. There she is, hoping that her son can do something. Judy Henderson, his mom. Two balls, 2 strikes. Check swing, strike 3, and an angry Matt breaks his bat and throws it away. So 2 strikeouts for David Hernandez. Down go the Dodgers, and we're heading for the 9th in a 3-3 tie. Belisario and David Hernandez after we saw Sean Tollison, and for Arizona we saw Zagorski and Shaw. Tomorrow, Tyler Skaggs. He's the youngest of the baby backs, and Skaggs will go up against veteran Josh Beckett. Skaggs, very interesting, looking forward to see him pitch. And of course, Josh Beckett made his debut as a Dodger pitcher in Colorado. So it'll be nice to see Josh work here at Dodger Stadium tomorrow at 6:10. And Josh making his mental notes right now, watching tonight as Belisario prepares to face Miguel Montero. Montero, 2 singles tonight, 2 for 3. He had 1 hit, a double last night. And ball 1. David Hernandez made 13 pitches to set the Dodgers down in the 8th. And it's time for J.J. Putz to stretch out in the Arizona bullpen. 1 ball, no strike. And there goes Montero. It's his 3rd hit tonight. Just seems like every time the Dodgers play, he just wears them out. The Montero lead-off single just as Hill led off in the 8th inning, a dangerous way in a tied-up game. So Belisario has given up 2 hits and a walk, but nothing yet. And here's Chris Johnson with a double and a triple. If you weren't with us, it's not that we want to beleaguer the point. The triple was just a lost fly ball in the light sky. Andre Ethier lost sight of it and couldn't catch it when he finally did. Down in the pen, J.J. Putz as usual, and Brad Bergerson begin to warm up. So you figure the plan is, if they get down and bat for Hernandez and fail to score, you'd see Bergerson. And if they do score to take the lead, then you'd say puts. 0-1. Ground ball smothered by Cruz. They get one. They get two. Whoa, what a play. And they'll fill the air with Cruz. Boy, is he fun or what? That's a sure base hit. Instead, he turns it into a double play. Wow. So 2 down in the 9th inning, and the batter is Jake Elmore. Lewis comes up with a big play. When the Dodgers come up in the bottom of the 9th, it's Ramirez, Ethier, and Cruz. One ball and no strikes. Elmore fouled out, lined out, grounded out. 1-1. Jake trying to fill a big pair of shoes at shortstop. He had a dandy in Stephen Drew until he wrecked his ankle. 2-1. Two out, top of the 9th. 3 runs, 8 hits for the D-backs. 3 runs, 5 hits for the Dodgers. 2-1. In there. Outfield, up and straight away. Boy, what a play that was by Luis Cruz in the 9th inning. 2-2. Take another look. If the ball gets by Cruz, it's a base hit. Montero, I do not believe, would try to go to third. But the catcher is erased along with Johnson. But it would have been first and second, nobody out, and Elmore coming up. Instead, Chris is robbed with the hardest hit ball he hit tonight. And isn't that the madness of the game? Blows him down. So thanks to Luis Cruz, it turns out to be a 1-2-3 inning. A huge play. And we're heading to the bottom of the 9th in a 3-3 tie. They have used the bullpen the way we expected. Since they didn't score, they'll bring in Bad Ferguson, and Foots will stay in the pen. But they also bring in the veteran John McDonald, who played third base last night and played shortstop tonight. So if you're keeping score, put Ferguson in Elmore's spot and put McDonald ninth, and he would lead off if there's a 10th inning. Brad Ferguson was born in Concord, California, lives up at Auburn. His senior year, Foothill High School, he was just too big for the campus. Instead of a college scholarship to the University of San Diego, he signed with the Orioles. 26 years old, he'll be 27 in September. And he'll be facing Hanley Ramirez. And a strike. One thing that should be pointed out, the Dodger gloves tonight have really helped out their pitchers. The Dodgers have turned 4 double plays. Kubel, Upton twice, and Johnson. And 1 ball and 1 strike. Ramirez batting .255. It was his fly ball to right field when Upton never thought Matt Kemp would go over to third, and the Dodgers then wound up with a gift run that they might not have scored on the flare single by Ethier. Ground ball to McDonald, just got into the game, makes the play. 1 away.
Right fielder number 16, Andre
Ethier coming up. So Ramirez goes 0 for 3. Down in the Dodger bullpen, Brandon League begins to warm up. Ethier struck out, grounded out, and then against the left-handed Zagurski, hit a flare into left field, just dropped. Outstretching of Jake Elmore, and the tying run scored for the Dodgers. One ball and no strikes. Andre hitting .290. 14 home runs, 76 runs batted in. For Bergeson, and certainly Ethier is well aware, Bergeson basically 4-seamer and a 2-seamer with a slider and a change. Usually very good control. Missed the corner. Bergeson is only in his 10th game, but he has walked 3 and struck out 11. He won his first game that he ever pitched in the major leagues a couple of years ago in April for Baltimore. And he walks Ethier with 1 out. And now that will bring up Luis Cruz, who had made that great diving stop and turned it into a double play in the top of the 9th inning. What a clutch play that was. With the bat, he is grounded to third with 2 out in the 5th inning, singled, and the Dodgers scored 2 to get close. Then last time up he struck out. So Luis 1 for 3, hitting .292. Ball 1. Cruz checking with Wallach. One ball and no strikes. Bergeson, we mentioned, won the first game he ever pitched in the major leagues. And when he went back to his locker, there were easily 50 text messages on his cell phone. One of the congratulatory messages came a couple of days later from Kiko Garcia. Kiko at one time was an infielder with Baltimore for about 5 years. And he knew Bergeson since they were 3 years old. That's foul out of play. Little teeny guys, and they both made it to the big leagues, and one remembered the other. Brad Bergeson, 6'2", 210. He'll be 27. Came up to Baltimore in '09 and kept going back and forth from Baltimore to Norfolk and eventually escapes to the Diamondbacks. 1 and 2 to Cruz. A.J. Ellis on deck. And popped in the air foul. No play for Montero. Paid attendance tonight, 37,622. 37,622. Friday night fireworks. 3-3 tie. We're in the bottom of the ninth. Ethier at first, 1 out. And that's hit to right field, but it's going to wind up in Upton's glove. And Ethier holds on at first base. So 2 out, and A.J. Ellis coming up.
Catcher number 17, A.J. Ellis.
Ellis has singled to center, hit by a pitch and scored a run. And the last time up, hit back to the box. Bergeson is the 5th pitcher used by Kirk Gibson. Don Mattingly had used his starter and then Tolleson and Belisario. Remember the Arizona record in 1-run games, 10 and 20. Yes, missed. Ball 1. Cahill, Zagorski, Shaw, Hernandez, and Bergeson. And here's A.J. hitting .283, trying to move Andre Ethier. Now back 1-1. Bergeson has allowed 2 home runs in almost 17 innings. One ball and 1 strike. Don't forget tomorrow night at 6:10, Tyler Skaggs and Josh Beckett. And then Sunday afternoon, the left-hander Wade Miley and Chris Capuano. Bill Billingsley talking to Beckett. 1-2 to A.J. Coming out of the Dodger dugout, Juan Rivera. He would be batting for Belisario. But it's up to A.J. Ellis to extend the inning. 1 ball and 2 strikes. D-back scored in the 2nd inning. Each side scored twice in the 5th. D-backs have hit into 4 double plays. Chris Johnson has been very, very busy. And a drive foul down the line. Still 1-2. Andre Ethier with a walk at first base, 2 down. Dodgers 2 in the 5th and the tying run in the 6th. There goes Ethier, but it's missed at the plate, and that's that. So Ellis strikes out. The Dodgers leave Andre, and we're heading to the 10th inning in a 3-3 tie. Arizona is 10-20 in one-run games. They are 1-2 in extra inning games. The Dodgers are 22-20 in one-run games. They are 6-4 in extra inning games, including a perfect 3-0 at home. So Brandon Lee becomes the fourth Dodger pitcher. Harang, Tolleson, Belisario, and now Brandon. John McDonald, who came in the double switch with Brad Bergeson, playing shortstop and batting ninth. McDonald in last night's game had an infield single when he broke his bat and walked, and wound up going 1 for 3. John hitting .234. 3-3 in the 10th inning. McDonald with that broken bat and that one hit in his last 15 at bats. And for the last 24 games, the veteran is hitting just .120. He was on the DL with a strained oblique for about 3 weeks back in July. That's a strike. 1-2 to John McDonald. Brandon Lee trying to get some outs now, top of the 10th. McDonald from New London, Connecticut. And Sinkler gets him. So McDonald strikes out, 1 out in the 10th. And the batter will be Chris Young. Chris Young leading off, has struck out twice, fly to center, grounded out, 0 for 4. When the Dodgers bat in the 10th inning, they'll have league spot, and then Mark Ellis and Shane Victorino. Big bouncer, backhanded on the line, foul ball. Foul ball right here to call it, Marty Foster. 0-1 to count. Inches foul. Good accurate call by Marty Foster, and that's a tough play. And he could barely see the ball because Luis Cruz was in his way, but he was able to see it. It missed the chalk by what, a couple of inches. 0-1. 0-2 right into and out of the Dodger dugout. Chris Young 0 for 4 tonight. He had a home run and a single last night. 2 for 8. And Sinkler takes care of him. The lead comes in, nails McDonald, then gets Young. And with 2 out, Aaron Hill. Aaron Hill hit by a pitch, singled and doubled. So 2 for 3, scored a run. One ball and no strikes. So Brandon Lee from Honolulu. Three no's and a yes. Got it in there. That 2-seamer. 1 ball and 1 strike. Going hard. That 95. And another one, and that's foul. $37,622. sitting in on push versus shove. 3-3, top of the 10th, 2 out, bases empty, 1-2 count. Kind of a sleepy look. Single in the dirt. 2-2. Brandon Lee, born in Sacramento, grew up in Honolulu, originally signed by the Blue Jays, came up to the Jays in 04, stayed with them for about 6 years, then 3 years with the Mariners, and now here. Two balls, 2 strikes. Got it. So that two-seam sinker strikes out the side. Messrs. McDonald, Young, and Hill. Pretty impressive inning. It just drops. And we're heading to the bottom of the 10th, 3-3. Brad Bergeson was still in there, made 17 pitches in the previous inning. Brandon Lee made 12 pitches, struck out the side, and he will now give way to Juan Rivera. Rivera, the third Dodger pinch hitter. Punto had an infield single. Kennedy grounded out, and now we'll see about Rivera. Rivera hitting .240, and as a pinch hitter, just 3 for 15. 7 home runs, 42 runs batted in. Time until he settles in. Now he's ready. And a strike. 0-1. Juan Rivera has not been successful coming off the bench, trying to get aboard any way he can. That's a strike. So he walks up, and before you know it, no balls, 2 strikes. Rivera 0 for 3 in a starting role in left field last night. No balls and 2 strikes. So Rivera comes up, down he goes on 3, and we have 1 out in the 10th inning. And the batter will be Mark Ellis. Pitch way outside of the zone. It'll be the second strikeout for Bergeson. We got A.J. Ellis in the 9th. Mark Ellis grounded out, hit into a double play, and then came up with a big hit. Single to left with the bases loaded to drive in 2 in the 5th inning. That got the Dodgers close 3-2, and they finally got Mott Kemp home in the 6th to tie it up. 0-1. 1 ball and 1 strike. Waiting on deck, Shane Victorino. Dodgers only have 5 hits. Mark way out in front of it, 1 and 2. One ball and 2 strikes. And got him. So Lee relieves in the top of the 10th inning and strikes out 3. Ferguson relieves and has struck out 3 in a row. And with 2 out in the 10th inning, Shane Victorino. Victorino 0 for 4, grounded out twice, popped up, struck out. Struggling a bit, hitting .257. Ball 1. On deck, Adrian Gonzalez. And ball 2. Victorino 0 for 4. Gonzalez 0 for 4. Kemp 0 for 3. So that's 0 for 11 amongst them. 3-0. Victorino, of course, can use his speed if he gets aboard. He has stolen 31 bases. Montero looks over to see Adrian Gonzalez waiting in the on-deck circle. And there's ball 4, so the door is open. Now the question is, how will Don Mattingly play it?
First baseman number 23, Adrian.
Try to run Victorino in the sequence of pitches? Or will he make sure that Adrian Gonzalez is not cheated at an at-bat by having Victorino perhaps thrown out trying to steal? Well, we'll see. Adrian struggling with that .214 batting average. Remember, he was hitting .300 with the Red Sox. So the outfield very, very deep. So they could give up a base hit on a routine fly ball. Upton is probably 10 or 15 feet from the warning track. So he's very deep. So is Young, and for that matter, so is Kubel. They're all deep. Gonzalez, Matt Kennedy. Meanwhile, Montero out to the mound to talk to Ferguson. Giants lost. A lot at stake here, especially for the Dodgers. D-backs 9.5 back, Dodgers 4.5 back. Dodgers know 15 home games left after tonight. Victorino held on by Goldschmidt. This, of course, is truly the art of Major League pitching. You have a rabbit and a very knowledgeable one at first representing the winning run, and you have a veteran good hitter at the plate. And that's off the plate. Ferguson and base stealers, not bad for a right-hand pitcher. The success percentage, 60%. That translates 15 stolen bases, 10 caught. No pickoffs. Meanwhile, Victorino trying to find an opening. High fly ball to left field. Kubel was deep, but he's there now. So that's it. They get the 2-out walk, but Gonzalez winds up with a fly ball to go 0 for 5. And at the end of 10, a 3-3 tie. Belisario, League, and now Matt Guerrier. Hard to believe the last time Matt Guerrier pitched in a major league game, April the 18th, the Dodgers were on the road in Milwaukee. He made 5 rehab appearances at Rancho Cucamonga and now called in with the game on the line, 3-3 in the 11th inning. Matt Guerrier is from Cleveland, lives in Shaker Heights. Originally drafted by the White Sox out of Kent State University. Matt is 6'3", 195, just turned 34. And he's got a tough assignment. Kubel, Goldschmidt, and Upton. Off speed and ball 1, 77-mile-an-hour changeup. Kubel, 26 home runs. He is 0 for 3 with a walk. One. Jason has had 1 hit in his last 24 at bats, so he's been struggling. However, 26 home runs, 80 RBI, that really gets your attention. One ball, 1 strike. And hammered to right field, and that one is gone. Home run for Jason Kubel. So the Dodgers bringing in a fellow who hasn't pitched since April the 18th. And Jason Kubel promptly hits a home rn, and the D-backs lead 4-3. Jason, his 27th home run. So Kubel hits it out, and the batter now will be Paul Goldschmidt. Got back in a couple of rows. That's a strike to Goldschmidt, who has walked twice, struck out twice. A calculated risk, and it explodes on the Dodgers. Breaking ball misses. 1 ball, 1 strike. Guerrier had been in 7 games. Prior to tonight, Guerrier had worked 6 2/3 innings back in April and had not allowed a home run. 4-3 Arizona. So for Goldschmidt, he walks twice and he strikes out 3 times. And the batter will be Justin Upton. when the Dodgers come up in the bottom of the 10th. Matt Kemp, Hanley Ramirez, and Andre Ethier. 4 runs, 9 hits for the D-backs, 3 runs, 5 hits for the Dodgers. Justin Upton has hit into 2 double plays, fly deep to right, and fouled out. Four runs, 9 hits for the D-backs, 3 runs, 5 hits for the Dodgers. Of course, the Dodgers have not had a hit since the 6th inning. Though Messrs. Gonzalez and others talking to themselves a little bit. Inability to produce. Big breaking ball. So down goes Upton, and he goes a long 0 for 5. So the Dodger league struck out 3. Guerrier has struck out 2. That's 5 strikeouts in the last 2 innings. But the fellow who didn't strike out hit a home run. And here's Miguel Montero. 3 singles, scored a run. The only time they got him, he struck out. The Giants lost. Dodgers were hoping to pick up a game. So were the Diamondbacks. Mattingly began 4.5 back. Gibby began 9.5 back. Ground foul, 1-1 the count to Miguel Montero. What is really a shock for the Dodgers, of course. They beat Arizona the first couple of times when they first met this year. If they don't come from behind tonight, the Dodgers will have lost 8 straight to Arizona and 10 of the last 12. Curveball hit down to the right side. All right, 1, 2, 3, but it happened after the home run by Jason Kubel, his 27th home run of the year, and really not much to doubt about it. It was on its way and in. And at the end of 10.5, 4-3 D-backs. To protect the lead, the veteran reliever J.J. Putz out of Trenton, Michigan. J.J. 6'5", 250, 35 years old. Last year he was virtually unhittable on the road. Can you imagine? Last year he allowed only 9 hits all year on the road. The batters hit 113 against him. One weakness, if it be called that, the fact that base runners are pretty successful in stealing bases against him. They have a success ratio of 80%. When the season is over, Arizona has a big decision to make, whether they want to keep Putz and extend the contract and give him more money, or make him a free agent after the season. For Putz, he has a record of 1-4, good ERA of 2.8, 8 walks, 49 strikeouts, and Matt Kemp will lead it off. Foul back, 0-1. J.J. Putz came in to seal it up last night, though Matt Kemp did not face him. In the past, Kemp is 0 for 5 against Putz. Last night he surrendered singles to Gonzalez and Ramirez, but got out of the inning. Bounces that one. 1 ball and 1 strike. Out of Trenton, Michigan, went to the University of Michigan. His dad was a football player in high school, owned a construction company. Spent a lot of time letting Putz pitch and made him a ball player. One ball, 1 strike. And that's a strike. 1-2 to count to Matt Kemp. We mentioned that while at Michigan, one of the fellows in the same dorm was Tom Brady, the famous quarterback. But as he said, Brady was always watching film. One and two. And down goes Matt Kemp. So he strikes out 3 times tonight, grounded out, goes 0 for 4. And we have 1 out in the 11th inning. For the relievers, you had Brandon Lee strike out the side. Matt Guerrier struck out the side, but he gave up what could be the game-winning home run. Ferguson struck out the side. That is, he had 3 consecutive strikeouts. And now Putz gets a strikeout, and the batter Ramirez, who is 0 for 3. There is a sizable gap in the Dodger lineup. It is a huge hole offensively. And the hole is Victorino 0 for 4, Gonzalez 0 for 9, Kemp 0 for 4, and Ramirez 0 for 3. I mean, that's a big enough hole to sink the Queen Mary. That's an 0 for 17 hole. 0 for 17. One ball and no strikes to Hanley Ramirez. Walk, grounded out twice, flied out. Dodgers have not had a base hit since the 6th inning, and we're in the 11th. And ball 2, 2-0. Adrian Gonzalez, along with all of the others, mighty hungry, mighty disillusioned, and mighty unhappy. Two and one. Four runs, 9 hits for the D-backs, 3 runs, 5 hits for the Dodgers. And we're in the bottom of the 11th inning. Outfield very deep on Ramirez. That's ball 3. Ramirez last night had a base hit against Putz. Single to center. 1. And ball 4. So for the Dodgers, they get the tying run aboard with 1 out. And Andre Ethier coming up. Ethier struck out, grounded out, walked, and had a flare single to left against the left-hander Brad Zagorski that drove in the tying run. For Andre, 0 for 5 in the past against J.J. Putz, and last night came up and hit into a force play, so he is 0 for 6 against the veteran right-hander. One out. Ramirez at first. And ball 1. To give you an idea what's going on with the Dodgers, the first Arizona reliever was Brad Zagorski, and he gave up that little flare single to left to Andre Ethier. Since then, the Dodgers are 0 for 14 against the Arizona relievers. 0 for 14. 1 ball and no strikes. Now remember, Putz has been very vulnerable to the stolen base. Hanley Ramirez has stolen 16 out of 21. Now maybe they want to run him, or maybe they'd rather have Goldschmidt on the bag and keep the right side of the infield open. We'll see. Certainly Putz is going to keep an eye on him. JJ has a younger brother, Brian, who is a fireman in Taylor, Michigan. So they both have been called upon to put out fires in their career. Putz now trying to water down the Dodgers here in the 11th. One and one. Waiting on deck, Luis Cruz. 1 ball, 1 strike. They're still worried about Ramirez, and well, they should. Putz has pitched for the Mariners, the Mets, the White Sox, and the Diamondbacks. They've been a big leaguer since 2003. 1 and 1. One and 2. Putz has only made 12 pitches. Basically, when you go up against Putz, everybody knows about the fastball and the slider and the change, but the thing that has really changed his career, the splitter. One and 2. A little bit of an oddity when they clock J.J. Putz. Normally the 4-seamer, the so-called high hard one, you would expect he would throw harder than the 2-seamer. But when they put the gun on him, it seemed to be he was throwing the 2-seamer harder than the 4-seamer. Ramirez at first, the tying run. 1 out in the 11th, 4-3 D-backs. Fouled away. Andre still hacking. 1-2 the count. Ethier with one strikeout tonight, so he's on the edge. He has struck out 99 times. Ramirez just standing quietly. One and two. That might have been the splitter. 2-2 the count. Waiting on deck, Luis Cruz. He is 1 for 4 and made a marvelous stop and turned it into a double play on Chris Johnson in the 9th inning. 37,622. Watching a big game and a big opportunity. 4-3 Diamondbacks, bottom of the 11, 1 out. 2-2 to Andre Ethier. And ball 3. So now what do you figure? Not for Kirk Gibson to gamble. It's up to Don Mattingly. Do you run Hanley Ramirez? 2 balls, now 3. 3-2, 1 out. Ramirez not going. And the splitter got him. So Ethier strikes out a second time. And the Dodgers down to Luis Cruz. And you can see the lack of rotation on that split finger. So a disappointed Ethier goes down for the second time. Luis Cruz with his foot in the door. The D-backs trying to close it up and turn out the lights. Cruz has grounded out, singled to right and scored a run, struck out and flied to right. Now with 2 out, you wonder if they will run Ramirez. Again, the Dodgers unable to overcome anything when you have Victorino, Gonzalez, Kemp, and Ramirez completely draw blanks, and Andre Ethier have 1 hit. They're not going to go very far when that group is shut down. Ball 1. Matt Kemp has that look on his face of what might have been. A little bit of a head shake. One and oh the count to Cruz. Ball 2. Well, he walked Ramirez and he went 3-2 to Ethier. Now falls behind 2-0. Early in his career, Putz was a starting pitcher, but in 2006 he became the closer for the Mariners. Had a great career. 2-0. Now 3-0 and on deck A.J. Ellis. And Puts deep in thought, in no hurry to pitch. 3-0. Got it in there. Put said he came upon the spitter playing catch about 8 years ago with the then Mariners closer, Eddie Guardado. And Putz was trying to figure out a way to get a little more movement on the ball. And Guardado said, here, try this. Spread his fingers. Putz did. The ball dived towards the ground, and that was that. And that's going to go into right field. Base hit. Ramirez will go to third. So the Dodgers have a time run 90 feet away. Luis Cruz comes up with his second hit. So Cruz has 2 hits tonight, both of them line drive singles to right.
Number 17, A.J. Ellis.
So A.J. Ellis now in the pressure spot, and the infield comes in to huddle. A.J. single to center in the 3rd inning. He was hit by a pitch and came around to score a run in the 5th. Then in the 7th inning, he hit back to the box, and in the 9th inning, he struck out against Ferguson. So A.J. 1 for 3. On deck, Juan Uribe. Dodgers have used Punto, Kennedy, and Rivera. Punto, an infield single. Kennedy grounded out. Juan Rivera struck out. So Hanley Ramirez 90 feet away to tie it up. Luis Cruz at first. 2 down, and Putz against Ellis. J.J. Putz, 35 years old, and A.J. Ellis trying to at least pick up the tying run. And ball 1. In thinking about the splitter and a runner at third, it's only natural to wonder how many wild pitches does he have. Well, he has 3. So Ramirez has to be at the ready. Wallach telling Ellis with his hands, make him get the ball up. 1 ball and no strikes. A check swing, no swing. 2 balls and no strikes. So Putz opened up by striking out Kemp, walked Ramirez, went 3-2 to Ethier and struck him out, only to give a single to Luis Cruz. Two and 0 to A.J. Ellis. And that's in there. 2-1. Putz has made 24 pitches. So it's not been an easy inning. And he's 2-1. This will be pitch number 25. And that's a strike. A.J. didn't think so. Plate umpire Tim Cummings did. Remember, it's not where the catcher catches it. It's where it goes through the strike zone. So deuce is wild. 2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 out. Runners at first and third. 4-3 Diamondbacks, bottom of the 11th. Putz takes a little time, and A.J. backs out. They're at it again tomorrow at 6:10, and then Sunday afternoon. So there's the possible tying run. 2-2. time. You wonder psychologically who's making the other weight here. Twist in the wind. Two balls, two strikes. And a little fly ball, shallow left. Kubel is there, and that's the ball game. So the Dodgers blow a huge chance to cut the Giant lead. Giants lose and remain 4.5 in front. The Diamondbacks cut the Giant lead to 8.5. And game 3 tomorrow. But the poisonous numbers for the Dodgers. The Diamondbacks have beaten them 8 straight, 10 out of 12. And with that, we'll wish you all a very pleasant good night.